Hello, and welcome to a new stream. Let me put my background for. A little bit. Dude, I think I've lost everything that I've worked on. Or well, not everything, but some things that I've worked on. Friday. Friday was the last stream, right? So I have lost some things there. I probably will need to redo some stuff, but at least we know how to do it, so it's gonna be easy to recover it. Welcome welcome to the stream. Here is Mijo, Nick, Tali, and that one guy. Hello guys, I hope you enjoyed your Christmas, and now it's almost New Year. So pretty crazy how time goes. And I think I haven't had my sleep schedule that messed up since I was like 15 or 16. Truly, I've been sleeping like consistently at 4-6 a.m. And that one guy say, what are your New Year's resolution? Hopefully live another year. That's all that I'm asking for. No, but for real, I think well, just doing this, like just do streaming and this game consistently. Or well, I have to wait for I applied for some funding for another game that I was working on. I hope I get funded. But yeah, anyway, in any case, my purpose for this year, like what I want to do this next year, really, is just consistently stream and make games. That's it. And if I can do that, like my year is a success. Okay, so let me tell you what we have lost since last time, and let me adjust the camera a little bit, dude. I think we mostly had it at the other stream, but the electricity went off in my whole area, and today I don't know why, like everything is going weird. not bad, but weird because, for example, the thing that I used to read chat doesn't really work now. So I'm reading it directly from YouTube. So it's a shame. And also, there's something there connecting. Don't know. Probably gonna just toggle that so the alerts doesn't don't start because it's connecting but doesn't really connect. Say Nick, my breakers popped yesterday too. What are breakers? What breakers? Yeah, let me put this. Maybe make this a little bit bigger. I don't know. Yes, I can't read a lot of the messages now. Okay, here. Yeah, that's a little bit better. But now I can't read the one on. Give me a second. I'm adjusting some things here because I have to read the messages directly from YouTube and it's a hassle. So let me put this here on this one here and OBS over here. Okay. We are all right, I guess. Yeah, let's do it just like this. Just give me a second. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, I can't read anything. I can't read anything. So I'm gonna put this over here, and that's it, like that, and OBS over here. Okay. Okay. Are you asking what are breakers? Yeah, what are breakers? Or why they decided to die? I asked what are breakers because I like breakers like electricity breakers. Are you saying? That's what you refer? Yeah, I like the context. Okay. Uh, yeah. So now that I understand what you're talking about, why did they die? Okay, so here I know I have some messages that we wrote Friday that are still there. So I'm gonna try and uh, see where they lead me because if I go here and get out of the zone, I'm gonna get the percentage that was being calculated. So if I go to the console, where well I have an error, but more than the error, what I care about is this thing, and I am setting the lift and gamma, or the lift and gain. Now the gamma is staying like no changes for it. Mm, and oh, decided to die. Oh, forgot what the breaker is. Okay. Yes. And cool guy is here and says, dude, Judith chat sucks. Like I'm just so used to streamer bot. But cool guy says, hello Roman. What's up? Hello, cool guy. Welcome to the stream. Yes. And Art is here too. What's up, Art? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? And Nick just say, as to why, I have no idea. I don't know why the lights on the staircase of this clown house are connected to our power though. So it could be anything really. Oh, Tim, when did it happen? And cool guy say, you made a lot of progress on your game. Yes, we did. We did a lot of progress. Since Friday, we lost some, but it is there. It is there. We're getting some progress done. And me only say mine died yesterday too. Just random outage. And Art to say, watch a video on the rise of the CIA podcast. Didn't realize so many CIA folks were doing podcasts. I've never listened to a CIA podcast. I didn't even know they existed. Say late evening around midnight, I think I was playing Minecraft. Wow. Alright, shame, dude. Um. So are you trying to fix it yourself or something? Like what's the plan? Like what do you do in that case? Like are you gonna call a technician or something? Because I don't know how hard it is to fix a breaker, really. Okay, so here I think I had this working before. I just don't remember. So here I just wanna calculate the percentage of this that should be um applied to lift in game. So and me always say mine was at 8:30 a.m. my time. I was playing Minecraft too. Minecraft is the common cause of the breakers going out. And say I went there, turned them back on, got back to playing. If it died again, I would be worried. Me always say romanleco's appearance in the Minecraft server is like an urban myth now. Um, Maybe I can connect tomorrow. Like tomorrow I won't be on stream and I don't plan to be on stream until next week. So this is gonna be the last stream of this year. This is gonna be the last stream of this year. Dude, I have to fix my sleep schedule. I am dying. I'm not built for this. Not built for this. Okay. Deadline for fixing the server then. And Kukai say, did you add a frog enemy or of anything? No, I haven't yet. I haven't yet, but I do plan. If I let me pull up Notion. I have written it, and it's here. It's under feedback. Frog enemy. There it is. There it is. So I'm not forgetting about this. I would really like to have some kind of frog enemy. I don't know where, but someday I will put a frog enemy for sure. Okay. Let's focus a little bit on the problem at hand. So it's just calculating the percentage. So what do I want to happen here really? I want to get a value from 0 to 1 and apply that depending on how much health does the player have. So time default. Or no, this is not for the player health. This is for the basically how long you have been outside of the zone. But before I do this, I'd probably like to do the health first, since it's simpler. So I'm gonna tackle that first. And let's go to player health. So the call for updating the I think it's gamma. Yeah, the gamma, because we have live, gamma, and gain. I always forget one of those. I need to change that on the player health script. So let's go there. So under player, we have that script, player health. And need to say we need something like the cancerous rat in ultra kill, but as frog here. The cancerous rat in ultra kill. I don't know if I have seen it, the cancerous rat, because I only played chapter 1 to completion, and I haven't completed chapter 2. I should. And cool guy is Crutch the program good to start out coding? I'd say it's okay. If I were to start, like I recommend Game Maker, because you can like learn the basics of like learning to type, but also you can use like blocks if you want. But yeah, I think Scratch is okay too. Need to say yes, I stand by it, love it. Yeah, you have other people in the community that really do love Scratch, so yeah, I would say it's a good option. Yeah, Counselor's Rodent. I haven't seen it. It's in chapter 2? Is it in chapter 2? Because I've only played 1 to completion. Okay. So here, when I receive the damage, I get, yeah, damage feedback. And what is damage feedback? Is change gamma according to health. So that's already happening. Maybe it's because I have on the managers, let's go to under post-processing manager in global volume. And maybe there's some things that we need to change here that shouldn't be happening at start. So, yeah, I'm gonna disable the color adjustment because this is only making it like gray. I'm also going to change the chromatic aberration. I'll change those later, but not now. I only care about live gamma and gain for now. And let me put the values back to their normal state so I can modify them and we can tell what the difference is. So this is going to be something like this. Yeah, it's very, very hard to see. Oh, I forgot I have my camera on without the virtual background. Yeah, so it's hard to see. I don't think you'll tell. But I'm changing some values here, so it's turning the colors back to normal. Setting everything to 1, 1, and 1. It's me. I'm the cancer. I don't know why I read it like it was Mario. But I'm the cancerous rodent. And it is. I would why. Is the game single player or multiplayer? The game that I'm making is single player. And I think Ultra Kill too, right? Yeah, I think it is too. Why are the wisp eyes square but player eyes rectangles? I don't know. They look cooler. I took the since I took the wisp as inspiration, I just decided to make it like little dots, like more something that resemble more little dots as eyes. So square seems better for me. It's me. I can't instead of rodent. And Thomas Chak says, where do you get inspiration to make game like this? Hello, Thomas. Welcome to the stream. I well took inspiration from Mario. If you could tell a little bit of Mario because the graphics are quite silly. And if I restart this, you'll see the animation. I would say. Yeah, I have to remove the effects again, but yeah, it's not just a specific a game that I'm taking inspiration from. It's like a mix up of a lot of things that I like. It's not like just one game, I would say. And cool guy, I say, all right, see you, Roman. Okay, it was good to have you here, cool guy. And I hope I can see you next week. Yeah, because this is the last stream of this year. So yeah, take care and have a wonderful new year. Bye bye. Okay, so here, let's put everything back again like this. So I just want to see the value set to default. And then I'm going to be starting, like, I'm going to change them on code. Yeah, like that. And this. It's very hard to tell, but I'm changing some values here. Like that. Yeah. And this one too. Because I changed them, but I was on play mode. So it didn't really do anything. Yeah, like that. Now I'm gonna disable chromatic aberration and color adjustments, and if I press play, maybe I'm gonna get some other errors. Yeah, just one. Where is the error here? Where is it? This thing. Initialize opposite elements dictionary. But why is this throwing an error? No, I'm not sure. This is just an initialization. Let me see if I run it again. It says the same key has already been added. I added that key twice? Nuh-uh. Maybe it's the same value. That's why. Hmm. And me always say, when do we get bardic inspiration? Bardic. What's bardic inspiration? Let me search it up. What's bardic? If go in here, I don't know if I should search this. Bardic inspiration. What is this? Oh, it's from Dungeons and Dragons. Sorry, I'm not that. How do you say? I'm not a connoisseur of D&D. I've only played like twice. Bardic is nuts. Okay, so here I guess the problem here, and I don't know why I didn't get it before. It's that I have the same. Well, it's not the same key. It's just the same value, so I shouldn't get an error. So if I press play again, am I getting the same error anyway? Console, yeah, not getting it. But it's weird that I can't specify this. So I say element none. Very weird. Very weird. Let's see. Yeah, and here, well, I'm not getting it again, and I just put it how it was. I think it was like an error with Unity, not really the way I wrote things. Okay, so we can go back to what we were doing before. Change gamma according to health. That is already happening. Let's try it and let's see how it gets affected. Let's see. So if I get here, let's get some damage first, and we should get for gamma changed. So yeah, we are getting it changed. And Thomas, you say you should use hash algorithm to create a specific key and then assign the value to it. But why not? I think there was, I don't know, probably you know, there's a guy in the community called Art or Debaterman that also told me that, but I don't know, I just really like working with the dictionaries. Okay, so we are getting the color change. Now there's an argument, exception, no opposition. So when am I calling this? When am I calling this? It's from element opposites. Yeah, but on initialization, I'm getting it. But why wasn't it throwing errors before? Well, you know what? You know what? I'm just going to. Well, it should be like everything should be set to none as. Like there probably won't be element no opposition. And Thomas, you say? And are the values of the keys really unique? These are just like element types. Like there's just yeah, I would say they're unique in the sense that they're like basically an enum. Okay. So if I go to clear health again, yeah, the color is changing for the gamma. And I'll have to restart this or it will throw me a lot of errors. Now let's get the color adjustment on the chromatic aberration there again. So if we go back to this, change left gamma according to penalty. Okay, so here it's just getting, well, what do I need to get here? I need to know or progressively assign like a bigger value from 0 to 1, depending on how long you have been outside of the zone. And Thomas, you say, okay, if they are enum, they should be unique then. Weird why you get the error. Yeah, not really sure why. Not really sure why. Um, it's not a game breaker thing really. I'm just going to comment this first assignment because I'm only ever really using element that none. Like this is not going to really the element that no opposite is really not going to appear anywhere. It's just for I don't know if I got it. If I get an error, it's just for catching that error and not having anything happen. But if I were to have an error, I could catch it in some other way. So yeah, because all the elements are going to be whenever I use an element, the default value is going to be none. So I get none or fire, ice, electricity, but really the no op it's like a null. More than none, it's like a null. But yeah, I guess I don't need to assign it then, or I can get away with not assigning it. But very very weird, very weird. Okay, so in here, how do I do this? Because I have a default, that's gonna be like the maximum, and I have a current time, so that will get me a value. It's gonna get me a percentage, right? So let's see. What do I get first? It's gonna be current player OOCP time. Well, first I have to make sure that I assign it on start. Yeah, it is being assigned. So I set it to default first. Default is 1.5, and the lowest that value can go is 0.5. So if I go here and I say, well, I also will need to take into consideration that the lowest value is 0.5. So, yeah, how can I do this? Because I need to just get a value 0 to 1, depending on that, and it's gonna be, well, we could let me pull the affinity photo so I can like just try to think it more visually instead of just numbers. Because in some problems like this, even though they could seem simple, for me it's just better to visualize them other way. Let me, yeah, let's do this size. Gonna create a new layer here, and let's just switch to white. Okay, so we have our current time, and we have our minimum and our maximum, and the minimum is 0.5. The maximum is 1.5. And let's say the current is going to be 1.4 for now. Okay. So I need to basically, if we think of this as a line here, then the minimum, or yeah, this is the center. Then minimum should be somewhere here because this is 1.5. This is 1.5. This is the maximum. This is 0. So the minimum should be somewhere here, right? Or somewhere here. So this is 0.5. It's third. And I need to get a value. 1.4 is something like here, right? Current, it should be something like here. So how can I make that whatever current value I get is gonna be between 0 and 1.5, and I get the percentage from that? So I should do I should do well, I could say I could do minus the minimum here and minus the minimum. Will that work? And Thomas, you say linear interpolation. If so, the formula for percentage is current minus minimum divided by minimum or maximum minus minimum. Okay. Yeah, so I guess you're right. I guess you are right. So let's try that. I'm gonna try what you just said. So we have here, this is the current minus the minimum. So let's do current minus the minimum. So yeah, that's what I was just getting into. I just didn't know it was called linear interpolation, or you used it like as linear interpolation. But yeah, sure. That's the same thing. So let's do that. And this is not the default, but it's gonna be the minimum. So let me just copy this. Max for, let's see, player. OCD, it's OCP time minimum. And here divided by the maximum and minimum. So here's the maximum, that's the default, minus the minimum. So player OCP time minimum, like that. Lerp. Okay. So let's see. And I guess the error I have here is just for Unity was like unloading everything that I had going on before. Okay, I wanna am I debugging the percentage? Yes, I am. So we can see what value I'm getting I'm getting from this. Okay. So if I need to go to the zone first. And I also have to change the chromatic aberration. The chromatic aberration and the other thing that is basically making the game a little bit gray. Yeah, thanks for the help, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. Deactivate the penalization, post-processing. Okay, so if we get out of here, we should, we get 0.9, 0.8, 0.6, 0.5, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yeah, that's it. So pretty good. Now, and Thomas, you say you're welcome. Just basic math. Yeah, but it's it's better. Yeah, like I have to pull these things because for me, math is something that I really need to visualize. So I really need to do this kinds of stuff specifically for things that I don't normally do. But I appreciate it. Okay, so now that we have the value, I just have to apply it to the intensity of chromatic aberration. So we need to grab that. Let's go in here, post processing manager dot instance dot chromatic aberration, set chromatic aberration intensity, and it's going to be from, well, it's lerp from color white, color dot white. Oh no, sorry, I'm not setting color here. I'm just setting intensity, so I just need the percentage in here. That's it. So let's go in here and let's put the chromatic aberration to 0. Let's put it to 0. And we still need to deal with graying out, but let's try one thing at a time so we don't get any errors. It's like downloading 50 Minecraft mods at a time and trying to run the game. You will never know which mod is breaking everything. So it's better to take one thing at a time. Okay, so if I get out of here, the chromatic aberration should start changing. Like the intensity should start changing. Yeah, it's not. It's not changing at all. Well, let's see. Because maybe, well, first of all, I think since this is the percentage, I need to invert it. So the more, the closer it is to 0, the percentage, the more the the closer the percentage is to 0, the higher the value should be, but maximum of 1. So I'm gonna do 1 minus percentage, right? Well, we don't care about this now, really. What we care about is if I go to the post-processing manager, I really need to make sure that I'm assigning the chromatic aberration intensity. And I do have the chromatic aberration, and I am changing the intensity and value. But let me see if I go in here and I call it from here, just at the top, set chromatic aberration intensity, and I'm gonna do 1. So in here, I should get like to the maximum in the first frame. Okay, so it is working. We know that it's working. Now, maybe I'm setting a different value or something. I don't know. Let's see if I go post-processing manager, set chromatic aberration. This is a float, so there shouldn't be any problem with it. It's a clump float parameter. That value getting set. Okay, I guess it's okay. Yeah, so if I want to get a value from 0 to 1 in here, so percentage starts at 1, right? Percentage starts at 1, and I want to get, yeah, I'm gonna do 1 minus percentage, and I'm gonna specify float minus percentage, so that way it's gonna give me a progressively larger number. Because the percentage itself is going to be getting closer to 0. Okay, so let's get out of here. Yeah, I don't see the chromatic aberration change. I got all. Okay, I see it changing now. But it just gets to 0.9. Well, I'd like to see what am I sending. So I'm gonna call this inverted percentage, and I'm going to say 1f minus percentage, because maybe I'm setting the values wrong. Because I know it works. I set it to 1 and it worked, so should work. Let's find this thing here. Yeah, if I get out of here, the inverted percentage is 0, 2, 0, 3, 4, 0, 5, 0, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 1. Okay, so I'm getting the correct values, the problem is on the assignment, it seems. I don't know, cause yeah, it's very weird. Cause maybe I can see the changes in here on the inspector, but I kind of saw some chromatic aberration. So if I get out of here, maybe it's not updating properly, but chromatic aberration seems to be in the game. Yeah. Like now I can see, now if I get my face out of here, you'll see chromatic aberration is being set to 1. But I don't know why it's not. Like every time I set it to like update that value, I set it, it's not changing. Maybe it's a thing on the inspector, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Very weird. Also, I need to reset the effects once I get inside the zone again. But yeah, let's first do the color adjustments, and then we'll take care of resetting stuff. And Thomas, you say on the edges of the frame is the most visible. Yeah, I saw it was working. It's just that on the inspector the values weren't changing a lot, so it was a little bit weird. But yeah, for sure it is there. Oh, stream avatars broke. Let me fix it. Okay. And let me put the chat on again. In here, yeah, this. This. Oh damn, there something, or there was someone on the vertical stream that said hi. Finn, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Phoenix, I guess. Yeah, Phoenix says, yo, said hi. So welcome to the stream, Phoenix. I'm not sure if you're here still. I'm sorry I couldn't read you before, because my chat now is very wonky. Like it didn't really start, so I'm reading everything from YouTube itself. So yeah, welcome to the stream. Okay, now let's go into, well, the last bit. So we need to get a value from 0 to -50. 0 to -50. So I guess I could do, if I go post-processing manager, that instance, that set, and this is going to be color saturation, right? So it's going to be a value between -50 as like the expected maximum, or well, minimum in this case, and 0 as the value starting. So here I could do, well, 1 minus 1 f minus percentage, and that's going to give me a value. Yeah, it's going to give me a value between, well, starting at 0 to 1, counting from 0. So that's good. Now I need to multiply by 50. So 50 is going to be the maximum value, and probably I'll do -50, so I get a minus. So I don't want this to be a positive value. I want to be a negative value. And I forgot to set the starting value at 0. So let's do that. Yeah, that's it. That's the normal color the game has. Now let's go into the zone again. and get out. I go color adjustments. The saturation is not changing a lot. Well, I see the change, but it's not showing up on the inspector. I guess it's just that the inspector doesn't like the global volume doesn't really update on the inspector a lot. But I threw a missile. Doesn't really update that much. So if I pause here and I look into, well, the color adjustment is set to -35. If I put it to 0, you'll see a clear difference. But I have to manually set it because it's not doing it itself now. So you'll see gradually it will lose color until it gets like this. So yeah, I guess that's right. I just don't see it on the inspector. Very weird. I think it's just because of the global volume that works this way. So let's press escape and we're done with this. Now I just have to reset it. And tell you say, what did I miss? Had to fight a goo boss creature thing. You didn't miss a lot, but it's just a change in the chromatic aberration intensity and color saturation when you get out of the zone. And now I'm going to make that when you go into the zone again, these values will reset, so the visual changes get like reset basically. And how are you enjoying your Switch 2 so far? Pretty cool stuff. Like I remember back when I was very young. Dude, I'm not that old, okay? But when I was younger, I got a 3DS. Dude, that was amazing. The most incredible feeling ever in as a Christmas gift. And I really enjoyed playing the 3DS. Like, I no longer have it, but it was incredible. And a huge Charma is here and says, "Hello, sir. How are you? What's up? A huge welcome to the stream. I am doing fine myself. I'm doing fine. And how are you? How is it going?" I'll say I still use my 3DS very often. It's a very cool console. Very nice console. Okay, so here, I have some comments here where I get in and out of this. So let me just yeah, let me just search those comments here. Just when I enter inverted percentage. Here, deactivate the penalization post-processing effect. Yeah, so in here, I'm just going to reset everything. So it's gonna be like, I'm gonna leave a comment here, reset the out of zone penalization visual effects or post-processing effects. And Talia said, I mainly play Tomodachi Life, Nintendogs, and even more Pikmin. Dude, Nintendogs, it's an underrated gem. Like I know it's a popular game, but still underrated. The Nintendogs was so fun. I really enjoy having my own puppy. My virtual puppy. And I just to say I'm doing good. Even I was creating another asset for Unity Asset Store. Rigonix third-person controller. Nice. So you're creating assets for the asset store. How long have you been making assets there, Ayuch? A third-person controller. And what type of assets do you normally do? Just controllers or like tools? What are you into making? Okay, so in here I'll have to reset everything. So let's do player, or no, post-processing, sorry, post-processing dot manager instance dot. And here, what is it that I want to change for everything? I want to change the lift and the gain. So let's do change or set lift gamma gain, and we're gonna call this twice, but for different stuff. So what do I need to do? Here I need to pass a color, and I'm gonna just pass color that white, because that's the default color, like basically no effect. And here, what's the other thing that I have to pass? I have to pass the channel that I want to modify. So the channel is gonna be left. And here the same thing. So color that white, but it's gonna be for gamma, like that. Now, the other things are the chromatic aberration and the color saturation. So I'm gonna call post-processing manager that instance dot let's do chromatic aberration first. Set chromatic aberration intensity, and the intensity is going to be 0 because I'm just resetting this. Let's go for post-processing manager instance and the color intensity. Let's set color saturation. That's it. So it's going to be set to 0 because that's no changes. That's default. And I used to say I'm doing this for last 1 year. Basically, I just do it to pay my college fees, and yeah, for some too. I have created a motorcycle controller, an NPC pack with 30 plus humanoid characters. That's great. That's great, dude. Like, congratulations. Congratulations. I've never gotten to do like an asset pack or anything published on the asset store. Is it hard to like the process to publish things there? Because in like the only places that I have published stuff are in itch.io. That is super simple to publish stuff, and in the Play Store, and that is a hassle. Dude, you have to get like I think it's like 10 or 20 testers to test your app to like verify that you're a real developer, and then after 2 weeks of testing, you will get your permission to publish apps in the Play Store. But that's but things don't stop there. Well, you also have to pay a fee, like it's a $50 fee, which I guess is all right if you compare to other app stores like the App Store of iOS, which is like $100 every year, which is crazy. But other thing that's annoying about publishing on Play Store, and that's why I don't have anything there anymore, is because you have to update. It doesn't matter what you're making. You have to update at least every 6 months or once a year an app. So if you don't do, they will not only take your app off the App Store or the Play Store, but they will get rid of your developer account. So you'll have to start the process again, getting the testers testing for 2 weeks, and also paying the fee again. So that's very annoying. Okay, so let's try if the reset works. Nepal is here. What's up, Nepal? Hello. How is it going, Nepal? Good to have you here. Let's go into the zone again. Let me find a zone. And I should get rid of these guys, really. I'm not really testing them anymore. Like, I don't know, when did I finish making them? There are some things that I need to tweak still, but like their basic functionality for the flying enemies is done. I just think I need to change the way they spawn, and also making sure they spawn less often than other enemies. Okay, so if I get out of here, now my health is gonna be changed. That gets changed. But if I get here again, well, it's okay. It's just that my life is still recovering. Okay, so if I get out of here, yeah, this is progressively like losing saturation. Yeah, let me heal. Let me heal. Let's oh, that's for mana regeneration. Let's do. Dude, it's hard. You don't judge. And you need to get some more mana. Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit harder to heal anymore. Okay, but I think we're okay with this, because now the more health I have, the less. Well, the more health I have, the more normal the color will be. The less red, basically. So let's do one more heal. Yeah, and you see the color gets reset there. Just one more time to see that it gets completely reset. Okay, yeah, it does work. Now if I get out of here, it starts damaging me. So we're good. We're good. I think that's it. That's it for the feedback there. The functionality is there. We can go again to the Notion. And I've always say, right now I'm a Warframe streamer with a side of game dev. But one day I plan on being a strategy and magic streamer. Well, when the when the time comes and I do, like, I finish the game, well, I'll send you a copy then, so you can stream it. But yeah, cool seeing you. Cool seeing you go like full time, or taking streaming more seriously now, Nipple. And I always say add a debug mode for testing. Adding a debug mode. That will the thing about adding a debug mode is that, yeah, it's cool and it for sure would be like a good idea, but it takes a lot of time to like add a good debug mode for like a build that has a debug mode built into it. And I've always say I like how the color on the screen changes. Well, thank you. Say I will watch your career with great interest. Thanks. Say Nepal, to be honest, it's kind of overwhelming, but I love Warframe on streaming. Well, take it easy. Like it's easy. Like it already happened one time to me. It's easy to get burnt out when streaming consistently. Especially if it's something, I would say. Well, for me, the most like difficult part about doing this, and it's like nothing to complain about. Like I'm not like there's plenty of things that are more complicated than this, but having to like constantly say coherent coherent things, and like having to think through problems while trying to describe them, that's the most complicated part for me. But yeah, you'll get better, and in your, like, the more you do it, the better it will be, or the better you will get, or I guess just more used to it. Okay, so here, change the outside of zone penalty for player damage that gets larger with time. Yeah, so if I go here, I do the tweaking for post processing, so the functionality is there. Now, I would like to add some sound effects, but I'm gonna do that later. I'm gonna like do a lot of stuff first, and once I have it like done, then I'm going to add sound effects and making it feel better. But yeah, first I'll have just the functionality and the visuals there. And yeah, so I also wanted to do like a line towards the stone when outside of it. So that's it. Like, I'm just gonna have a line or something that points from the player position to the center of the zone. So when you get out of it, you know where you have to go and why you're getting damaged. And Juni Loves says, hello there. Salutation, Roman. What's up, Juni? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? Okay, so here, I'm gonna do a line render, but before I do this, I would like to go into GitHub and I'm gonna do commit. So we get like a checkpoint for this. And here, game manager, where is this? Yeah, so I did some changes to the post processing, like basically how the post processing worked. Before, it was like every time you try to change a value, I was trying to like do a try get of that post processing effect and then changing. Now I store them on awake. I try to get the effect first, and when you try to change it, I already have like I already catched that post processing effect in a variable, so I just changed the variable there, or the variable value, or the post-processing value. And Tali say, I'm going to watch Wicked for good today. Wish me luck. What's Wicked? I don't know what's Wicked, but the best of luck to you, Tali. So see ya. And you only love to say, nice. What's the progress? Oh, okay. Yeah. So let me just save this, and I'm going to show you what we just did. So post processing, change, or this is just like player out of zone penalty visuals. I'd say visuals like that. So here for the description, change the way or just I'm just gonna say when the player gets out of the zone, it will get damaged. Well, I already did that. It's just the visual part now. Zone, it will get some visual effects, visual post-processing effects to indicate it is in danger. Is on danger or in danger? Yeah, it's in danger. Let's say. Okay, let's commit files to main, switch to origin, and let me show you, Juni, what we have done. So I think it's the first time you have been here, if I'm not mistaken, Johnny. So yeah, since well, I don't know if you saw the video that I released like some weeks ago about the progress on this game, but basically I'm gonna do like a quick recap of what we have done here. It's just like the most interesting part is just these new enemies that can attack you, like throw different spells at you, and of course you can fire at them. They behave in a very cool way. They like basically go around you and try to get close to you and then fire at you basically, and also avoid enemies, or sorry, avoid obstacles while doing it. Yeah, so what we were just doing is adding some visual effects to this zone. So when you get out of the zone, instead of the way I was handling it before, it was a little bit weird because I basically tried to make that you have to kill more enemies as a penalization for you being outside of the zone. But now it's just very, very straightforward, very simple. If you get out of the zone, after a while you'll start getting damaged, and it's gonna get faster and faster, the damage you get. So yeah, that's it. And also we added like a bunch of sound effects. We changed some animations and stuff. But I'll probably do like a full recap in any video when I have enough content for it. I'll do another video. And the fireball. Let me show you the fireball. So yeah, we have some spells here. We have some spells. We just have for now there are just like 3 spells you can cast. Like there's the magic projectile, there's some ice projectiles, and the other ones are for healing yourself. Here, let me try and do it. And here, the other one is for mana regeneration. So yeah, that's it. That's it. Let me read you for a second. Let's go Wicked for the second part of Wicked, which is a musical prequel to The Wizard of Oz. I'm going to watch the movie version. I haven't or I wasn't aware of that. And Nepo say I found a tank game similar to mine, but not a bubble shooter. It uses an isometric tank and it looks amazing. Unreal Engine is the engine that was being used. Well, there's probably like it's hard to make a game that doesn't have anything similar to any other games made before. Just because like there's a lot of games out there. You'll probably be unintentionally copying things from other games if you do like anything you do. There's probably someone that already like did something similar before. Just do it your way. Like just don't just get what you really enjoy about the game, and try to use it as your main like hook or main like gameplay loop. Because always you will have some similarities with other games. Intel, you say when you have better base, you should add more elements in the meantime. I'd recommend adding a better base, like adding features like I don't know something, or maybe enemies that tunnels underground. Enemies that tunnels underground, dude. I'm gonna have a hard time adding that. But yeah, let me put this in here on their feedback. Yeah, but for sure, like we're just having like this is version. In a couple of weeks, I'm just going to release version 0.2. So there's a lot. There's a lot that needs to be done before I have something that is like anywhere close to a real fully fleshed game. But yeah, let me put it in here. It's enemies or underground enemies. Yeah, I guess I would like to have like a lot of variety in terms of enemies specifically because it can get with just two enemy types, it can get like super predictable. And I would like to have some variety, make sure that you have fun and have to play different styles basically to like kill different enemies. So there's like variety. The Impaler from Helldivers. What's the Impaler? Is that an underground enemy? I know that the last time I played Helldivers was when I recorded the video like some weeks ago. And Nick to say, I'm already confused about the versions because you so far you released all versions at least twice with the same name. Did I? I think I just released a version twice because I forgot to add something there, but it's like part of 1.1. Like there's in the changelog of 1.1, you have like basically everything that's on the game, and they're from 1.1, or sorry, yeah, 0.1.1 to 0.1.2. There isn't a lot of changes really, and I did release the Christmas version too, so I don't know. But next update is gonna be like 0.1.3, and then we'll get 0.1.4 or 0.2. It's one of those. And Tali, you say, well, what you could do is make a normal enemy that has two states, above ground and underground. The underground is unkillable, while above is vulnerable. Then a new spell that underground enemy. Yeah, the thing is, I wouldn't say it's complicated logically, like making the functionality. The complicated part is like having effects and having a way to make the player know when it will get attacked, where the enemy is underground, and like basically making it feel fair and satisfying. Yeah, just trust the version that is out there. Now there are two versions. There's the 0.1.2 and 0.1.2 Christmas. So just trust whatever versions are there currently. Don't look back on the other ones. And Miho would say the modpack versions make more sense than Magic Game. Dude, I uh, just assume it's uh like it's sequential, like the values are going to go or the way I think about the versions is like you will have, well, the first value is like the major thing. Like 1.2 is going to be like the release, you know, or oh, sorry, 1.0 is going to be the release. Then the value after that is like a major changes, you know. So from 0.1 to 0.2, there's gonna be like a clear difference, like a lot of content and bug fixes from 0.1. But all the versions from and the third thing, or yeah, the third value there is just for bug fixes, new content that is building towards the next digit version, you know. That's the way I approach it. But if you have any ideas of how I should tackle versions, let give me the ideas, because yeah. mm, Multiple versions and Tali wizard enemy. Yeah, there's gonna be a wizard enemy. Like Nick wanted to have a flying wizard enemy, so probably we'll have something like that. Nick, it is sequential except when they are not. I needed to put in 0.1.1a and 0.1.1b on the wiki to differentiate. But when I have like two 0.1.1, the latest 0.1.1 is the real one, because if I forget to put something in the version, it's not like an official version, it's just a mistake. You know, so there really is like just one version of each. The thing a version number is supposed to do. Yeah, it's just that that was a mistake. No, not really. Say a version number is supposed to differentiate between that already, but you know, yeah. So it was just a mistake. Mistake or not, it's a version. Dude, I removed the version. I removed the version completely. Like it's not downloadable or anything. Uh, not downloadable. Like it's not official. It shouldn't be there. I removed it completely, and I posted another one that was like the official. So the official one was that. Yeah. Let me. Yeah, maybe enemies that turns on the ground. Okay. Now, what else? What else? The thing about the line towards the zone. And need to say 0.1 is gone too now. No? Is that no longer official? Yeah, 0.1 is gone too. But yeah, I mean official in terms of I made a mistake. I took it out and I posted the real one for a while. Like you won't have the previous versions. But if I were to go into GitHub and look for the versions, there's only one of each. Like there's just one 0.1.1. There's not two 0.1.1. It's just one. It's just that I posted twice because one had a mistake that I had to fix, and it was like, yeah, just a mistake. I rolled it out and put it back in. So don't judge me too hard, okay? Don't judge me too hard. I'm just figuring out the versions. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna just not make mistakes so I don't get I don't get to say this anymore. If you say we are part of the production team, it will count as us finding a bug before you full release that version. Say, okay, I'll keep adding letters to it then. Don't you dare adding letters. That's okay, I won't add letters. Okay. So line towards the zone when outside of it. Let's create a line render. Let's create a line render. But first, I don't need these flying enemies. So let's just point delete. And let's minimize the manager. Let's save. And now, how are you saying my brain hearts? What are you saying? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just version things. Just versions. Yeah, but they're still there. They're just gonna spawn again. Okay. So let's do a line render. I don't know where the line render is. I think it's under effects. Yeah, line. So what should the width of the line be? Simplify preview, color, corner vertices, end cap vertices. I don't remember, but I last time I did like something like this, it was on BlendGuard. So I could join my code from BlendGuard, or I could look it up. Timothy 2 and 3, so they are all called Timothy. The flying enemies are called Timothy. Okay, additional settings. Favorite game. Okay, so yeah, I forgot actually how to assign like start and end. So let's do alignment, view, texture mode, stretch. I will probably make my own texture for this and make it scroll. But first, let's just make the start and the end, like take the positions it should. Particles on lit, light. Let's go for materials. I'm gonna make the material be sprite because I want it to be like super easy to tell where it is. Say Nick Timothy works for me. They're all Timothy. To be honest, mine too. How do you say? Can you make it a 1% chance for a flying enemy to be peaceful and call Timothy? No, I think that would be how would you tell out of all of the enemies, and how would you tell it's called Timothy? Maybe an NPC that's a flying enemy. Maybe an NPC of some kind that's a flying enemy. Maybe we could do something like that. Let me put it under ideas. Here. Flying enemy NPC called Timothy. And of course he's peaceful, it's just an NPC. Peaceful. Peaceful. Propeller, QDA, propeller hat. We have Easter eggs like that. In general, they're so fun. Yeah, I like them. I like them. Okay, so line renderers. Let's go into my GitHub. Where is it? Yeah, here. So let's search for GitHub. Let's go, not strategy magic, but I need to go romanleco. Repos. And here I'll search for blend guard. I think I called it TD cards. Yeah. Tower defense plus cards game. But it's not that now. But it started like that. Assets. Let's go to assets, scripts. Probably on the UI. Oh yes, it's on the UI. Game overtime. Overtime mentioned. Guide menu, invader button. Settings, structure button. Let me search it on scripts. I don't know if I don't know the name of this really. It's a line render, line render arrow material. Where is it? Yeah, there. It would be cool to have the project, but I don't have it. What secret boss? Okay, secret boss called Timothy. Okay, let me put it here in feedback. Uh, house Tommy T. Tommy T. Secret boss. I like it. I can see that working really well. Okay. Timothy and Timothy. Okay, so here going back to this line runner arrow, line breaking, following, outline math. Just I want to check on scripts really, just in scripts. For resources, iCircle. So I would guess I put this on their UI. Or maybe um maybe on player. On player, because I have here structural eliminator, mode setter, anticipator, player movement, structure combiner. So it should be in structure combiner somewhere. Secondary structure, console X structure LM, line LM. That's the layer mask for the line. And here we have the line render. If I win this gamble, yes. Okay, so here I set the material. Now, what do I want to do? On open selection, I'll say well, line render set position. Let's go and search for line render docs. Let's search the documentation. Line render docs. Okay. So I do a set position. But where else am I using this? Game object set out active false. But I'm not calling it not calling it anywhere else. Well, let's see. Let's see what we can find here. Change loop color, corner vertices, alignment. Line runner. Yeah, I want to switch the scripting API, not the manual. With get positions, set position, or set positions. Fault vertices in the line. I don't want to really manually set all the vertices, so I just want to get the start and the end. Should I bet one? You could give me, you could give Miho a death lead in the MC server for me. And Nikki is here and says, do you think it's possible to make money by selling UCG items on or try making popular games in Roblox Studio? Well, you could certainly, I don't know about the UCG stuff or UGC stuff. Like I'm not aware of what that is, but for sure in Roblox Studio uh you can make money on Roblox Studio. Now, would I don't really like the platform that much, but that's just my bias. Like experiment with whatever you would like, I would say. There's certainly people that are making money in Roblox. It's not the majority though. But neither it is the majority of game developers or indie game devs. Okay. So get position of vertex in the line, get the position of all vertices in the line. So I want to see where am I doing this? Line runner. So I set the position here, but then primary structure transform that position. Okay. So I think the number I'm using here for set position, let's go into set position. It's oh yeah, there are vertices, but for example, you don't have like yeah, four vertices. Yeah, you don't have like four vertices making the line. It's just two, but you assign a width. You know, so to make a path, you could have like a path made by three vertices, and it's gonna be like two changes in the path, or like two lines. Who is Timothy? That's the point. A future NPC for Roman's game. Okay, let's set the position. So the first position should start from the player, right? So first we should have to create a line runner. Well, I need to get a reference to that. And I was thinking about putting it on their like world space UI, but I'm not sure if I should put it on world space. Like, does it make sense? Like, real question. Does it make sense to put a line render on their world space UI? Because it's really like an effect. It technically is an effect. Um, yeah, it makes a little bit of sense to me. What do you say? Those got sent for review. Scared of Minecraft leads now? YouTube doesn't like lead poisoning? Lead said as lead. Yeah, dude, you'll have to excuse my pronunciation. Like, yeah, was it? It was machine. I truly don't know how to pronounce that word. Truly don't know. And trust me, I've seen videos, or rather heard. How should I pronounce it? I can't pronounce it correctly. I say machine. I just can't do it. Napoli said I didn't use the world space UI for line renderers. Yeah, it's not that you have to use world space UI. It's where would you put it under categories? There's lead set as lead. A lead set as lead. Um, I'm getting confused. Lead, lead, but I guess lead is when you're leading someone, you let it, you know. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna have, because I wanted to have like started somewhere, start that line render somewhere. So I guess I could have it. I could have it on like on its own. No, it's an element. Lead is a metal. And how do you say like the past of leading? Or yeah, how do you say the past of leading? Isn't it lead too? Lead is lead. Lead. You use the metal lead. Well, that too. Yeah, that's why I was wondering. Definitely say for me using line renderers on their own. I don't know, trial and error or A/B testing might apply here. Yeah, the only like it would be so easy for me to just put it under the player and uh make it go from the player to whatever position. It's just that if I develop this game for I don't know how long, will I remember where it is? And more than that, will it make sense where it is? You know. So I'm just gonna put it on their UI manager. You know, it's like the closest I have to this, or it could be on the wave manager. I don't see why not. Could be on the wave manager, controlled by the wave manager, but there's already a lot of stuff happening there. But yeah, I'm gonna put it on the wave manager just because it does make sense there, because you get the signals directly there for when the player gets in and out of there. So I'm gonna go wave manager, and here I'm gonna put the line render under it here. So here, let me do a header for this thing. It's gonna be here. Header. It's gonna be a line render. Line render. And here, serialized field. Private. It's gonna be line render. Line render. And how can I call this line render? Because it's gonna be like a guide, or yeah, it's gonna be guide to zone line. Makes sense, right? Line guider. Or guideline. I don't know, guideline. I'm gonna call this guide LR. Just guide line render. Line render. Yeah. So it's gonna be that. Now I just have to assign it there. So I'm gonna leave it as a serialized field. I won't get it started. Yeah, let's start changing the values of this. So the first thing, the first vertice or the first vertex should be on the player position. So on update, on fixed update, I'm gonna do. Let's find a good place to put this. Maybe under clear outside of stone penalty. Makes sense. So I'll do private void control line, control guide line runner. And I'm gonna put it under here on fixed update. I'm gonna put it under here. So control guideline runner. Prescriptive. If the goal for it is to show the player where it is going. Yeah, it's for just guiding the player back to the zone so it knows where it needs to go. And Tali say, Timothy, if Timothy gets made, we just need an emote on Discord of he just spinning. That's a great idea. Not gonna lie. Well, we could have one just for. We could have one just for, like a flying enemy. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, control guideline runner. Let's go there. Now, what happens here? Nick, you say, yeah, but that's boring, Roman. But Timothy is not going to look that different from any other flying enemy. It's just going to be Timothy, right? So we could have it just spinning there. Make him spin. Oh yeah, we have to have a hat for him. Make him spin because of the propeller hat. And how is he gonna have a hat if he's like if he has like an aura around him? That's what I don't understand. How the word will work for him. Spin has a propeller hat. I was zoned out for most of this. Who's Timothy? Timothy is just a suggestion of an enemy in the game for the game. Like Tali said, maybe you could have, or well, he said like all the flying enemies are called Timothy, basically. But we could for real have an enemy in the game that's called Timothy, or an NPC rather. The hat is what makes the aura. Yeah, he's a friend. And Napoli said the actor who plays Paul, Atreides in June. Oh, Timothy Chalamet. Yeah, but the Timothy or Timothy, it's with a Y. Okay, so here let's change first. I need to know if is the player is player in spawn zone. If the player is in spawn zone, then I need to check if the guideline runner is active. So this is not a game object. This is that game object set or active self. I need to ask it. Okay, are you activated, self? If it is, then I want to deactivate it. So guide align runner, that game object, and we could have like a fade transition, but for now we're just gonna make it super easy. Miho say, oh, got it, that guy. And Talia say, I like Timothy and Tomothy. And Talia, you say, all right, bye. Okay, Talia, it was good to have you here, and see you next time. So probably, yeah, next year. So I hope you have a wonderful new year. Yeah, so bye bye. Now here, set object, set active is gonna be false. So we don't want it to be activated if the player is in the zone, like it's already in there. Now else, if it's not, if the player is not in the spawn zone, I'm gonna say if, basically asking if the guide LR, that game object, that set or active self is False. Then we want to activate it. Guide lr.gameObject.setActive. True. Now, when this happens, when I get the activation, I only want to do this once. So here I'm gonna write a comment for myself. That's basically setting the vertex with index 1 at the entity spawner position. And in here, I constantly want to update where the start of this is. So here I'll do guide lr that set position. I want to set the first vertex, so I'm gonna grab the index 0, and I have to assign a position. So the position is gonna be at basically game manager that instance dot player position. So at player position. Here the other one is the vertex with index 1 at the entity spawner position. So here is gonna be guide lr dot set position, and I want to grab the the second index, so it's gonna be index number 1, and the position is gonna be, well, I have the entity spawner, right? So I could do entity spawner that transform that position, right? And let me, yeah, I'm not going to comment this. I want to just see how it works. Now, if I go to the wave manager, I'm gonna rename the line to guide line runner. Guide line renderer. And I'm going to assign it on the wave manager here, guideline runner. So now if I press play, I shouldn't really get the arrow now, right? No. Well, if I get out of here and I go here again. Yeah, where is it? Where is it? If I go wave manager, guideline runner. Why is it here? And it's like, it's invisible. Well, I'm gonna be right back. Just gonna go to the bathroom, and I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I am back. Now, I don't know why this is transparent. Is it maybe... Well, I'm using, for the material, I'm using particles unlit. So let's change that for sprite. So maybe that will work better. Okay, there we have it. Now we can see the line. Now we just need to get the correct positions. And if I go to, let's go to the way I did it on BlendGuard. Primary structure, yeah, I just say that transform that position, not like nothing too complicated, like I don't have an offset or anything. So weird. Um because all I'm saying is basically, let's just pause this. Let's first change the material to be the sprite normal one. So if we go in here, we can see clearly we can just see the line, right? I'm gonna make it bigger so you can see what I'm seeing. So yes, once I change the element or the material to sprite default, you can see it now. The thing is making the start position and the finish position be where the player is as the start and where the entity spawner is at the end. End cap vertices, perimeter vertices, color, alignment view, stretch, tile. Okay, these are not things that we want to tweak. We just want to see the start and end. Let me drink a little bit of water. Okay. Yeah, so if I go here, let me put this here. Okay, so here, let's see. The position 1 is set to entity spawner, transfer position. And for 0, game manager insert player position. Now, let's just play this once more, or once again, to see what exactly is happening with it. Just so I can see. Do I have the correct position for this? Because it doesn't, the start doesn't seem to be changing at all. Am I even calling this correctly? And I can't see the, okay, here it is. Here is the line render. Now maybe, I don't know what's happening. I could change the transform that position too. Let's do guide LR that position or game object that position, or sorry, let's do transform that position equals the game manager that instance that layer position, like that. Let's see if that changes anything. Doesn't need to, or doesn't seem to be changing anything. because it's not pointing to where it should. And do I even have like, where's the entity? Where's the entity spawner? Maybe I'm grabbing something wrong. So the entity spawner, if I go here, the entity spawner middle is on the middle of the zone. So if I press play, okay, the entity spawner is directly above the player, so no problems there. But if I go out, the entity spawner is here. Okay. Yeah, but it's not pointing there. And Nick, you say, isn't it taking the relative position? Well, it could be. I thought about it. Like I thought it could be like that, but there's nowhere to assign like if it's relative or world position, or sorry, if it's local or world. Let's see. Let's read the documentation of this better, or yeah, like let's actually read this. So set positions, set the position of all vertices in line. And you say, I mean, it must be. No, you're not doing any math. Um, yeah, it could be, but if it were, like, I'm not saying it's not. If it were, I would expect to have a way to specify in which position I want to set their vertices in. Because normally when you have that type of function, you get like, is it world space? Is it local space that you want to move things in? So, okay, and I know. Well, maybe let's see. Maybe I'm assigning things in. Well, player position is not in local position. Player position it's in on world space. Let's say I'm gonna comment this. Sorry, gonna comment this just to make sure. And I'm gonna say guide LR. And here we have alignment. What is alignment? Select whether the line will face the camera or the orientation of the transform component. No, that's not what I'm looking for. So what do we have here? Big match, compare tag, do color. Yeah, those are all for animation, enabled and color, and with force rendering off, game object, generate lighting, components, get hash code, hide flags, local matrix. Set materials, positions, property block, shadow bias, start color. Yeah, I don't really need this. So yeah, guide alarm. I'm just gonna say set position, and I'm gonna just set this the first one to be vector 3. That's 0. So it's gonna be on the center of everything, and it shouldn't move from there. Shouldn't move from there. So let me also put it on the position of this. It's gonna be a 0, 0, 0. So it's there. Okay, it's there. Now if I press play, it's not moving at all. And I shouldn't be so surprised that it's not moving. Okay, I'm only setting this. Let me see. Because I could be setting this twice, or well, I'm only setting it once I activate it, so this is never getting called. I just noticed. I saw a guideline that world to local matrix. I'm gonna try that next. I first want to see. Well, I think it could have been that. Could have been that. So if I go in here and I'm not sure about the transform that position, but I'm just gonna set the first position there. Okay, that's it. That's it. You know, because I was not setting, or I was only setting the zone position to the position once, and when it get enabled, but I started the line renderer enabled, so it wasn't doing anything. You know, and it gets deactivated here and activated again here. And I think the gamma is like too much. Like, I don't know why, but it seems to be too much. Maybe I could do a lerp or an animation for the values to be smooth for the penalty and whatever. Yeah, but if we go out of here, what I care about is just having a line that takes me there. Right? And it's inverted. Is it inverted? Is it? I don't know. Because I could switch it up if you say it's inverted. Because I currently can't see which way is the end and which one is the start. So I could see if it's inverted. I would guess no. Because the first indexes are always the start generally. Oh, it's inverted. Yeah, but that's not really. It's not really inverted. I was calculating another thing that's inverted because I needed the inverted value for things like chromatic aberration. You know, so it starts from 0 and gets progressively larger to 1. But that's for chromatic aberration, and for color saturation, yeah, but on the inverse, like get it to from 0 to -50. So that's what I was using it that for. So if you see here the inverted percentage, let's go to that comment. Let's go to that comment. You'll see here I'm not really using it because this is the inverted percentage. I'm only using it, well, here I use the normal one, the normal percentage, and here I use the inverted percentage, and here I use it too, you know? And Miho always say, why did I just notice that the arrow nodes sound similar to From Now On from Deltarune? I haven't played Deltarune, so I don't know. And Football for Fun says, do you like football? Please answer. I don't know, when did you write that? Sorry if I took long to answer, but I'm not a big fan of football. And yeah, I think you have been before here. Like, I remember having you here in the stream, and you asked the same thing. I'm just not a big fan. I don't hate it or anything, but I'm not a big fan of like sports or watching sports at all. Now, playing a little bit, I don't really enjoy it. I would prefer much more playing another sport. Not really a football fun, but I have played. I have played. Okay, so now the line render. Let's just modify how it looks. No, before we modify how it looks, I think I should do like um probably like a lerp in position. So something like I'm doing here in something like I'm doing here in the player air slots. So if I go to manager and let's go to managers, player air slots, I have that like basically I stole the sway thingy from overtime or the objects there. But it should be on fixed update. Yeah, here it is. So time, interpolation speed, and transform position. I'll just do. Yeah, let's go in there. Let's go in there. Where is it? Where's the line? Let's do serialize, field, private, float, interpolation, speed. And I'm gonna say 0.1 F. Or what value should I start with? Because here, what's the normal value of this? It's 0.25. 0.25. And I'm not even using this anywhere else, am I? Well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yeah, let's go back where I had the guide line render. And here it's gonna be like just well, I need to get the value. I need to get the value. So I'm gonna do a vector, vector 3 alert. And let's do the from to, right? So it's from because it's A to B and time, right? So it's gonna be transform dot. Sorry, it's not transform because this is the current. It should be like guide lr dot get position, and I want the index one here. Right? Like that. Now I want the interpolation time, interpolation speed. So here, I guess that's all. So if we go back there, um, yeah, and I'm gonna put this back to 0 and this back to 1. And this, yeah, this should be 0. Now let's try this again. And Sleepwalker is here. It says, "Hi again. How is it going?" It's going very good. How is it going for you, Sleepwalker? Good to have you here back again into another stream. Okay, so now it should be interpolated. Still looks a little bit weird. Yeah, still looks a little bit weird, but it's all right. Yeah, it's like jittery. It's like jittering. And need to say, why are you interpolating the line? Because I want it to be, I want it to be like not jitter that much and have like not be like snapped to you, you know. And you say, anyway, I'm gonna go for a walk, I think. Okay, Nick, was good having you here, and I hope you have a wonderful walk. And if you come to join back again, well, have a wonderful year. And yeah, see you next year in that case. Bye bye. So, well, I'll probably be on Discord too. But anyway, just because this is the last stream of this year, you'll probably be listening. Okay, okay. Yeah, so I could have like a larger or shorter interpolation speed, but I'm still getting that jitter. I'm still getting that jitter. So maybe I could have like a cooldown where this will happen or get. How can I make this not jitter? This is the thing with fixed update. It makes things jitter sometimes. Because if I do this on DC Forgive Me, what I'm gonna use void update, and I do control guideline runner, I'm gonna comment this thing here. And I think an update should work better. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, Roman, this is a visual thing. It shouldn't be in fixed. Yeah, I think that was why I had the jitters. Because it got solved. Now, the interpolation speed, I don't know if I need it now. Because I could have it like more snappy. And it wouldn't be a problem. Control guideline render. Yeah, this is gonna be deleted from here. Control guideline render. Let's go there. And yeah, where I do the interpolation, I'm no longer going to do it. I'm just gonna set this to player position. So copy, and I'm gonna replace all of this. So I want to try. I want to try how to see how it looks. And Judbug says he's back. What's up, Judbug? Welcome to the stream. How is it going? How's it going, Judbug? Say how you been, amigo. I've been pretty good. Pretty good. How have you been? Okay. So here, I would still like to have a little bit of interpolation, I guess. It looks too snappy for my liking. So I'm gonna go in here and do Control Z, and I'm just gonna modify the interpolation speed to be something very, very small, like 0.05. Say Nick, very much so. That's why fixed update does. Okay. So in here, and Jetbug, you say going great, just winding down, getting ready to catch some sleep. Work tonight. So what time is it for you, Jetbug? But I'm glad you're going great. Okay, so in here, interpolation speed. Yeah, I have to change the interpolation speed on the wave manager too. So if I go here, it's gonna be 0.05. So it's just slide interpolation, not really that much of a difference, I would say. And let me modify the value. Let's do 0.01. Okay, so I should probably have a. Yeah, I forgot. The larger the speed is, of course, is gonna make it go faster. So I'm gonna say here 0.25 for this. Or 0.5. Could be a little bit like, I don't know, 1. But I think 1 will be like fully snap. Almost fully snapping. Let's do 0.75. Yeah, I think 0.75 is okay. Let's just make it like, let's see 0.6. 0.6. Let me try with 0.6. 0.6 is okay too, but I'm gonna do 0.65. It's 0.625. And you say it's 1 p.m., so I work nights. Okay, okay. So at what time do you start working? And do you like the night shift, or it's just that that's the that's the time that you work? And 0.75 seems pretty smooth. Yeah, we could take it a little bit closer to 0.75. Let's do 0.7. Since I took it to 0.625, let's do 0.7. Yeah, it's smooth enough. It's smooth enough, and also snappy. Yeah, but I get a little bit of jitter here still. You know? No, I think it's all right. It's all right. Let's do 0.725. Like that. 0.6. Yeah, I think like that it's okay. Now, yeah, now that we have that, I'm going to pause this, and I'm gonna set the value finally, so it stays like that. Because I was trying the values in play mode. Now, I want to modify how the line renderer looks. And just you say, I start work at 23 hours. Nights aren't too bad. It's quiet. I don't have to do too much. And I gave it a little extra. Okay, not that bad then. And what about your sleep schedule? How does that work? Like, at what time do you normally wake up and go to sleep? How does that work for you? Or how do you make it work? Because I've met, for example, not really a friend, but someone that I know that works as a guard, and he works night shifts too. So what he does is like basically he just lives by night. Like he just wakes up very very late. But he has a good schedule. Like he's very um like used to it. Just to say having the opposite schedule as almost everyone is problematic sometimes. But really, I don't like people too much, so it's okay. Okay. Well, that's a that's a good point. If you don't like people that much, then it's not a big problem then. But yeah, for sure it can be problematic. Like he told me, for example, um since he wakes up so late, the thing is some things are not like open at the time he wakes up. So there are certain things that he would have to like wake up a little bit um a little bit more like early to do, especially stuff related to I don't know, getting some government documents or getting things that are related to like yeah, getting documents or stuff. He has to like yeah, wake up a little bit early. And you say I usually go to bed about now and wake up around 20 hours, 21 hours. Okay. And how long have you been yeah, how long have you had that schedule? How long? Nick, you say the animatronics do get a little quirky at night? And Updim says, "Hi, how are you, bro? What's up, Updim? Welcome to the stream. I'm pretty good myself. How are you?" Yeah, and Miho is saying, "Oh yeah, I don't sleep. That's 8:30 a.m. Minecraft. I was talking about started at like 12." Yeah, Miho has a very interesting sleep schedule too. He just doesn't sleep. And Judge to say, "Oh yeah, trying to schedule an appointment or get anything official down throws all your day into chaos." Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I've been doing it in and out, in and off for about 6 years now. Okay, so it's not something very new to you now. Yeah, I can certainly throw you off if you have to do something related to getting documents or whatever, like official. Yeah. Yeah. Now let's modify the line render. Modify like the line render because it's pretty basic now. I just wanted to have um the line render basically just show up. That's what I was concerned about. And did you say, or Nepo was at first? The problem with me is I sleep too much, dude. I would like to have that problem. Like I've been waking up at sorry, I've been going to sleep like at 4 a.m., 6 a.m., and I can't sleep. Like I just wake up at 9, 10 a.m. And to be fair, I used to wake up very early, but well, not very early, just early, at 7 a.m. So I guess my body, even though I don't sleep anything, just gets used to wake up anyway. And Nick, you say, Roman, remember the weather thing? There was snow or even rain for over 2 weeks, and it will now rain every day for a week. Oh, for New Year's probably too. That's bad news. And Mijo say regular weather stuff always ruining everything. And then you say, and there won't be much snow because it will be around 3 during the day and -5 during the night. And so there will be ice everywhere. That's bad news, dude. Bad news. Well, I guess there's nothing to do about it, so we can just enjoy whatever is there. I guess you're already like tired of rain. I would be too if I had that much rain, to be honest. And Judge, you say I'm off to bed, friend. Hope I'll catch you again. Glad you're back to streaming, or that the algorithm brought you back. Yeah, I wasn't streaming for 8 or 9 months, and I just came back like a month ago. So thank you for joining, and thank you for the chat, Judd. It was a pleasure, and see you again next time whenever you can join. This is the last stream I'm going to be doing for this year. So probably gonna be watching you or seeing you here next year. So bye bye, rest well, and have a wonderful new year. Bye bye. Roman's trying to pull off a me. Yeah, I am trying to become Mijo. Okay, so let's modify. Let's go into the line runner. Let's go into the line runner. So it's a guideline runner, and I'm gonna make the first part of this. Like I'm just going to change the color, and we can assign basically opacities. So the first thing that I'm going to change is the first part of the line should be a little bit less opaque, so a little bit transparent. So let's do 10%. The first 10% of it is gonna have like basically no opacity. So let's put that alpha to 0. And I'm gonna do the same for the last bit. So from 90% onwards, is gonna progressively go to 0 of alpha. And why did that make my line go completely invisible? I don't know. I guess it didn't really like that. And Optim says, what programming languages do you know? And where are you from, bro? I'm from Chile. So if you notice a little bit of a weird accent, it's because English is not my first language. So yeah, I'm from Chile, South America, and the languages that I know of programming languages are, well, I just use C sharp. That's the only one that I use. But I've used C and C++ before. I'm not very familiar with them now because I've used them so far, or so long ago. And I've used Python too. I use JavaScript, but really, I just use one, C sharp. So that's the one that I'm comfortable with. And Judbug, you say Happy New Year to you, to Judbug. And yeah, so here let's do a color change because this made my line completely. Well, I guess it's not a problem. It's just weird because I guess if I put this back on, I'm just going to leave it like that, and I go and press play, it will show up. Like I have the hunch it will show up. Well, my hunch was very bad because it's not showing up. But you can see the line render. Okay. Maybe I should have put it to 000 again. What if I press play now? Okay, there it is. It's okay, but I can't see it. If I change the color to this, I guess I can see it better. Let's change the width. Let's do 0.5. So it's a little bit wider, or 0.6. And up them you say, well, that's great. How to create this game? Well, there's a lot to this game really, but in general, it's like I don't know, grabbing. I can show you. I can show you. Like I have broken down everything that I want to do basically for the game. Well, not everything. Like I have a bunch of things that are not here, but I know I want to do. So I just grab the ones that I know I need to do now for next version. I put them here, like basically break down every problem into tasks, and then I tackle that task like breaking every single task down until I accomplish it. That's the like the general overview. Um, but yeah, that's like the general overview, and trying to like to come up with ways to solve the problems that the problems of the tasks that I'm making. And the more I can break down things, probably the better I can do them or understand them at least. Okay, so I noticed that we can see we cannot see this unless the alpha of this is set to 255. Well, I guess I could invert this, but I don't know why this is like that. Yeah, if I pull this off like this, it's okay. Very weird. I don't know why it's working like that. Maybe it's inverted or something. Oops. Gonna grab this one. It's not working as I thought it would at all. Like at all. And Optim, you say, do you know Unreal Engine? Yes, I do know Unreal Engine. I have tried it very long ago. But I went for Unity. Like I know Unreal is a very good engine. I just went for Unity because I normally do like super like low poly stuff, stylized graphics, not really realistic stuff. So Unreal Engine shines when you're making hyper realism or realism, like all the lighting and stuff. That's where Unreal shines. Yeah. So do you use Unreal? Are you into game development yourself, or maybe 3D graphics, or something related? Maybe some kind of other art, or no? Tell me. So here, yeah, let me change the color. I don't know why the vertices are acting like that. So if I put this like here, let me just see how this looks. I think I think that the problem here, or it's not a problem, but the thing is that this line render doesn't work the way I thought it was, because the only values that are um the only values that are taken into consideration are the beginning and the end of this. And I can see why. Because I only have two vertices, you know? So the it's only gonna take into consideration the start and the end, unless I would have more vertices. So I'm not going to complicate things a lot. I'm just gonna make the beginning of this have a stronger alpha. So it's gonna be like, I don't know, 200, and it's gonna progressively go towards something lighter. Let's say 50. I guess that's the way it works. I guess. Because if we go here, let's make this bigger. And if we go here, I guess that is the way it works. Because if I go in here and I make the alpha basically transparent, it's progressively gonna go to transparency, to full transparency. So yeah, that's it. Now I could have multiple vertices, um, if I wanted to make the color change like more progressively, or have more control over the color. I could change. I could have like, I don't know, five vertices. The problem with that would be setting the position of each vertice along the line. But I guess I could get the direction from one vertice, well, from the start vertice to the last vertice, and multiply by the line. Well, first I would have to divide by the amount of vertices and multiply the direction by that. I guess I'm gonna do something like that. I'm gonna try doing something like that because I would really like to control, or have better control over how the color works in this line render. And Optim, you say, I'm also interested in gaming industry, but I don't know how to start. I have currently learned programming languages like Python, HTML, CSS. And you say, how long does it take to learn technologies like Unreal Engine and Unity? Can you give me some advice? Okay, yeah. So if you have some knowledge, or programming, you already know some languages, like especially Python, because HTML and CSS are like, yeah, HTML is a markup language, so you won't get a lot of overlap there. And CSS is a styling language, so you won't have a lot of overlap. But if you know Python, I don't think you'll have a big problem learning C# or learning C++. And you can always use blueprints if you would like to. But I would guess you have more control, or it's easier to do things with code rather than blocks. So since you already know, I don't know how much you know about Python, but if you know at least the basics of, or the core concepts of that language, I wouldn't say it would take you a long time. I would, my advice for you, if you already know the core concepts, would be Let me search. Let me search something for you so I can. I would go here. W3 Schools. W3 Schools is like a free website where you can check like all stuff related to different languages. You have HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, Python, Java, PHP. You know, a lot of languages. So I would go to C# and try to learn how to write the things that you already know in Python, but learn how to write those in C# first, or just like a quick intro to C#, and then you could get started with. There's some channels. I think Brakis is a good Brakis and Code Monkey. I'm gonna write it down for you here. Brakis on Code Monkey are good channels on YouTube that have like a ton of tutorials that you can check. Pretty helpful. But overall, the best way to learn is like tackle some kind of mechanic. Let's say you want to do a character controller. You tackle that first, and once you tackle that, you move on to something else. So you always want to try to solve problems that are hard, but not hard enough that you're not going to be able to solve them. Like just hard. Yeah, like basically try to solve something that is hard enough, that is challenging, but it's not something unsolvable for you. You will get knowledge if you can solve it, and if you can't, you will get it either way. But the thing is like trying to accumulate knowledge and accumulate ways to do stuff. So next time you have to do something similar, you can do it faster, and you have like different ways to approach a task, to approach a problem, you know? So the more you solve stuff, the easier it's gonna be to solve other stuff that you don't know how to solve. Oh, and by the way, yeah, I'm gonna write you W3 schools in here. Or is school? Yeah, like that. Okay, so back in here, let's do what I was saying before. Here, let's just create a couple of vertices, some more vertices. So in here, let's see. Is workspace, lighting, additional settings. Where can I add more vertices? Will I need to create them in the code? I don't think I would need to. Mask interaction, materials, texture scale. Let's see. Let's read into the documentation here. Public functions, inherited members, game object bounds, enabled is part of static batch, spaceable. Something with vertex or vertices. Game object, transform, get position, set position. Okay, position count. Set the number of line segments. Let's see what this does. Set the number of line segments. Okay, I think this is something like what I was trying to do. And update, you say, thank you very much. Do I need to learn C# so that I can create 3D games? I can learn the basic of C# in depth and then watch the video tutorials on YouTube channels that you provide, right? Yeah, I would. Well, if you want to go to Unreal, Unreal uses C++. What I'm using here is C sharp. If you want to go the Unreal route, you would have to pick C++. The same thing the same thing applies, but you have to go C++ instead of C sharp. Okay, so basically, like there's like there's a lot of things that you have to consider before going to Unreal or Unity, but basically, very simply put, if you want hyper realism or very cool graphics, you would go Unreal. It's good with visual effects. It's easier to do multiplayer there. That's the advantages that I know because I don't use Unreal myself. And if you want to go like I'd say in Unity, it's easier to prototype. You have a better way to do stylized graphics, and the particle system is pretty good too. It doesn't have that good of a multiplayer support, but in both you can do the exact same. Also, yeah, Godot exists too. And GDScript is basically Python. Yeah, Nick here says you can also go to Godot. That's another game engine. It's open source. It works. It's mostly, well, I wouldn't recommend if you want to do like something super expensive with 3D. Godot is gonna lack in terms of like compared to Unity and compared to Unreal. But depending on what you want to do, like Godot is a good option too. Like first check which engine you would like to use most. Depending on that, you will learn. Sorry for the long explanation, but depending on that, I really want to guide you as much as I can or provide as much info for you as I can. So yeah, first pick an engine, whatever you pick. Search what language you prefer, or sorry, what language does that game engine use? Learn that language and get the tutorials and get to learn the tutorials then. So that's it. I hope it wasn't that confusing. I'm gonna recapitulate once more because I would, if I were you, I would be a little bit confused. Keeping things simple. Pick an engine, whatever language that engine use, you will learn, and then you will watch some tutorials for certain things and for introductions about that game engine and the things that you want to do. That's the very simply put explanation. Okay. And yeah, everyone forgot about Game Maker. Yeah, but Updim wants to do 3D stuff, and Game Maker, although I love Game Maker, it's not very good at 3D. Okay, LR positions count, positions at length, set positions. Positions. Well, let's see. I'm gonna have here serialized field private is gonna be int, is gonna be vertices in line runner. And of them, you say, do you use artificial intelligence or write code from scratch when creating a game? It's a mix of both. I don't have anything against our artificial intelligence. I mainly write everything myself. But for example, the way that I use AI is when there's like when there's a new problem I don't know how to approach, or I haven't approached yet. I would like to know what ChatGPT thinks or how can I approach things. Then I don't like copy the code. I just write it myself, but with the help of how would ChatGPT do something like that. So it's like getting a reference of like a third or a second person telling you, well, I would do it like this, but you actually I would like just get it as a reference and then build it myself so I can understand it better, and like I can make sure that I understand everything myself first. But yeah, also I've seen some people that I know that have been that are also into game dev that have used AI to like basically try to learn basically. And for example, if you're learning new libraries or stuff, that's what I have used AI to for learning packages or libraries that I don't know, because it's very easy to just like filter through the things that you need from there. Yeah, use as much or as yeah, use as much AI as you want. There's not any rule. Haters gonna hate. But yeah, there's people that are really against AI. I'm not one of those people. I think it's a tool you should use to your advantage if it benefits your work. So yeah, but yeah, just find a balance. Find your own balance. Everyone is gonna tell you something different. Yeah. Okay, vertices in LR. I'm gonna I'm gonna go vertices count in LR, and I'm gonna say I could start with 5. I don't need a lot. It's just to have more control over the color. Now, yeah, I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave the interpolation speed, but probably going. I'm not going to use it now. Let's go guide LR. Here, setting the vertex with okay, set position. Yeah, what I want to change here is basically I know what the end position and the start position is. So let's cache. I don't know how to pronounce that. Cache that those variables or those things as variables. So I'm gonna have vector 3. It's gonna be start pose. The start position is gonna be basically what I wanted. The player position, or yeah, I'm going to just comment these things. Let me first get rid of the things that I'm not using. So the start position is gonna be on Art is back. What's up, Art? How is it going, Art? So the start position is gonna be the game manager instance dot player position, player position. The end position vector 3 is gonna be end position equals the entity spawner that transform that position. Now, I'm gonna do a 4, and I want to see the example in the documentation how it was being used. It created a new oh, it created a new vector 3 array of positions, and then it passed that to set positions. So it's not, since I'm going to use a 4, I could just do the set position in singular, like just setting them one by one. Set positions, or it's gonna be line render, guide line render, like that. Set position, and I just wanna have the index on the position. So in here, I'm gonna do a 4, and the 4 is gonna be int I equals 0. I is less than what? It's less than the, well, the vertices count in line render and I plus plus. So here, the first thing is gonna be the index. And what do I want to get from here? Do a barrel roll? What? Oh, and by the way, I have questions for you. How is it going with the networking? thing you're working on? How's it going? How's the project going? I forgot when you had the deadline, but I know it's very soon. When is it? Can you remind me when the deadline is? Middle of next month. Okay. And how's it going so far? 'Cause I know you have been working hard on it. Uh, so like 2 weeks. Okay. So in here, I wanna basically, I want to have. mm, an artifact reconnecting is working, making loot boxes based on how our icon guy says to do them. So how long do you think it will make? But it's mostly catching bugs. Okay. So how are you feeling the pressure now, or are you cool-headed? Because I don't know. Really, I've never been in the situation like that. Okay, so here, set position, and so I want to multiply by I by, yeah, so it's gonna be the direction. So it's gonna be start position minus end position, and I have to normalize it. Normalized, and I'm going to multiply it by, well, first I have to divide it, right? So divide it by the vertices count, and then I multiply it by I, right? That should get me like all the points there. But if it throws me an error, then I have to probably assign the, like, I need to create the indexes in that line. Or to say like the cards are giving the wrong levels after I reconnect. Okay. You always say mi misread instructions, did a table roll. And I to say pressure was last week. Got good news from the other dev, and the testers had no issues with authentication and getting into the game, so that work is hopefully done. That's awesome. That's awesome. So now that the pressure is off, then it's just like the steady catching of bugs. That's nice. Um, yeah. So let's just try this. Let's just try this. Probably, yeah, I'm gonna get index out of bounds because I have to create them. But where do I create them? Where do I create the vertices? To add for each corner, end cap vertices. How many vertices to add at each end? Texture scale, shadow bias, four lining, it's world space. I want to use world space for this, right? I think I do. Motion vectors, dynamic occlusion, sorting layer. Loop? What's the loop doing? I'm gonna check what the line runner says. Create vertex on line runner. Unity. To create a vertex, you need to use the set positions method. Okay, so I need to use that. Let's use it then. No, No other way. Vector tree array positions equals new vector. And I'm gonna clean this up later. I just want to make sure it works first. Vector tree is gonna be vertices count in line runner here. Now, it's not going to be set position, but it's gonna be, well, there's gonna be positions in plural. So positions index equal, well, this. Like that. Then I have to use the line render. So guide line render set positions, and I pass the array. Or that's what I saw on the example on the documentation. So let's see if that works. Okay, no errors being thrown. That's something. Now the guideline render, yeah, it's not going to be activated if I'm outside of this. Let's pause. Where's the line render? Oh, it's here. Okay. What if I make it world space? Still there. Okay, so I guess there's more to this than I imagined. If I go to vertices and count, yeah, we have 5. We have 5. So I would like to know where this is on set positions of all vertices in the line. Well, let's see if I'm assigning them correctly. Maybe I put this should be switched. I don't know. I always forget how to calculate direction. If it's the start position minus the end position, or the end position minus the start position. Because let's see, if I were to imagine a line, and yeah, let's. Oops. Yeah, so if I were to imagine a line, let's do one thing here. This is my starting point, right? And I want to get there. So let's say this is 2, and this is 0, 0. Then if I subtract this from this, I'm gonna get the inverse. So it should be the end position minus the start position. Right? I guess that's that makes sense. End position minus start position. Now let's see if that works. But it would have to be inverse anyway. Like I don't know. Why is it staying there? Maybe I'm. I want to see the values. What are the values of this? Mm. And you know what? It's easier to visualize things with real objects. So let's do let's go line render. Let's do some visualizer. So serialize field. I'm gonna call this game object array of vertices visualizer. Good name. Okay, so new is gonna be a new game object, and oh, it's vertices count. I'm just gonna do 5 for now. And let's go back here, and whenever I do set the position, I'm gonna set that too. So I'm just gonna grab a vertices visualizers. I'm gonna grab the I, and it's gonna equal to positions I. Or sorry, this, but transform that position is gonna be that. So let's see. Let's see. So now I'm gonna minimize this, and I'm gonna create 2D objects. No, I need 3D. I'm gonna do some spheres. So sphere, let's do 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. So very small. And I'm gonna duplicate this thing 5 times. Now, let's go to the map. Oh, sorry, the manager again. And here on Wave Manager, on vertices visualizers, let me lock this and grab all the spheres there. Let me drop them there. So vertices visualizers are gonna be that. Now I want to get rid of these things. You probably don't see this because I'm in the way, but you'll see. So let's minimize this again. Let's save. Let's play, and let's see what happens. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with the line render. I don't know if you can see this. Let me make it bigger. But here you can see the vertices of the line render. And when I get here, I think the red is too much. The red effect is too much. Yeah, so at least I know I'm gonna leave the vertices, like I'm gonna leave those spheres there so I can see what I'm doing. So why would I have problems with this? Because I'm getting the position or the direction. I'm normalizing it. Yeah, I'm normalizing it. And then I'm dividing it by vertices count in LR. Should I multiply it first? Probably. So I multiply it by that, by the current index. Oh, really, I would need the length. I think I would need the length of the whole thing. Yeah, I would need the length. Let's do this float distance, or let's just use dist equals. Well, how was this? Is to do the end position minus the start position, and I want to get the magnitude, right? Just to make sure, I'm gonna do vector 3 that distance, and first it goes. Okay, vector 3 distance. Well, it shouldn't matter the which goes first, but I'm gonna do start or end post first and start post then. Now I would need to divide the distance by the number let me. Dude, I feel like drawing today. I woke up like a 5-year-old with new crayons. So let me do a line for this. So let's say I have a point here. This is the player, and this other thing here. This is the end position, right? So if we have 5 vertices like we do, the last ones are going to be here, and here we have our other ones, right? That's 5 points. So what I want to get first is this, right? Let's call this is gonna be we're gonna call this Z, okay? And we need to multiply Z by the amount or the current index, right? So first it's gonna be 0, so it's gonna stay there. Let's start position. Then if we multiply that by 1, it's gonna give us this 1. Then multiply by 2, it's gonna give us this. So to get all the points calculated, we would have to do. I have to say back again. What are you trying to do? I'm just trying to put some vertices on a line. So from the one position to another position, get some 5 points put in, and yeah, that's it. Like putting them each one of those vertices is going to have the same distance between each other or among them, and getting to one position. So it would be the direction multiplied by Z multiplied by the iteration. I guess let's write that, because yeah, this is the direction normalized. Okay, now I want to get the distance, but it's not just distance. It's distance, the whole distance divided by the number or vertices count in LR, and multiply by the iteration. And what is this? I think that's it. Let's try that. So now, well, there's 1 point there. let me make the game a little bit bigger. Okay, I'm here. Now I'm gonna make the spheres massive. Why is the scale 1? Wasn't the scale like 0.1? What is this doing here? Where the hell is the spawner? Something went very wrong. Okay, so if I go here, where is it? Okay, that's all right. Now, um, what's the problem with these spheres? Do this. Yeah, I maybe have done something very weird and it doesn't like it because these are just spheres, like they're not child of anything. And I would just say, is this line moving around or a static thing? It's moving around. It's moving around. Mm, yeah, but I don't know why these spheres are. I mean, I'm just gonna delete these spheres. Or let's do Control Z. Control Z. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why the spheres are this size. Dude, I'm just gonna. Oh, because I'm a dumbass. That's the real problem. I had locked the wave manager and I was changing the values for the wave manager. What I want to change here is just these spheres. And I'd say easiest way to handle this, in my opinion, is to use real objects and draw the line between their transforms. This just write a script that lerps the transform between each other. Mm, I don't understand how. Um, like, what do you mean with that? Just write a script that lerps the transform between each other. So that way you put the iterations there. Like I need the like I had the line I had a line render. Let me give you the full context. I have a line render, and I was putting it from like the start was on the player, and then was on the basically that zone, like the center of that zone, right? So it worked. It worked awesome. But I need more points in that line. Like I need more vertices in that line. So not just start and end, but 3 points or whatever points I want to put there in between that line. Script to left to transform between each other. Then you drive only the first transform you want. But I guess something like I just wrote would make sense too, right? It's just getting the direction. So getting the direction normalized, I multiply it by that thing is distance divided by the vertices, the amount of vertices there are. So in my example is 5. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. I multiply, or this is the distance, or it's not the distance. This is the full distance. I just divide it by how many vertices there are. So it's gonna give me that set. So I multiply by that, and also by the iteration. So it's if it's iteration 0, it's gonna give me, well, 0. It's gonna be starting at here. If I do 1, it's gonna give me set 1. Then if I do 2, it's gonna give me 1, 2. So it's gonna get me here 3 and 4. You know. It sounds like you want a trail. Doesn't Unity have a trail renderer? Yeah, but it's more. It's not like a. It's not like a trail because you want to. Can't you specify a beginning and an end of a trail? Because trails work a little bit different, I would say. And if I want to have like a custom material too, I don't know. Unassign reference here, variable. Okay, I didn't assign this, so let's go to wave manager here. Let's lock this, assign the spheres here. I'm gonna get rid of this. Let's unlock and let's play. Okay, where are they? Where are these things? If I go here, yeah, I can see the line. Now the line is not even visible. Because let me show you what I had before. Before all of this. So in here, if I go to the guideline render, put the alpha here, and the alpha here, you can see it is pointing me there, you know? It's correctly, like that's the position I specified. It's just, I want to have, well, I'm not sure, but I thought maybe if I have more vertices, I will be able to better control the colors, because if you can tell, I don't know if you can tell, but here, if I change the gradient, for example, I change this end, it's like this affecting the whole first vertex. So the whole color disappears. And here, let's do alpha 100, but I could do the same, but opposite. And yeah, the closer it is to the player, the more opaque it is, and the more close it is to the zone, then the less opaque it is. You know, that works. I just want to have better control. And you say, okay, let me read all your comments, Art. Easiest way to handle this, in my opinion, is to use real objects. Okay, yeah, that already read. Right, only the first transform you want. Sounds like you want a trail. Doesn't Unity have a trail renderer? You can do a ton of things. You can even extend the trail to do things you want. Recall how I extended Unity's line renderer to work with using physics on the UI? Yeah, I remember that for the skill tree. And you say, oh, I see what you want to do. Bruh. Recycle your enemy movement path finding logic and just grab to positions from that to draw your birds. Also, you mean like doing the full path instead of specifying? Well, that does seem like a good idea, to be honest. Not gonna lie, it does seem like a very good idea, because it doesn't directly point at the thing. Yeah, it would make more sense. Yeah, because you don't really want to like just directly point at it. You will prefer to have like the pathfinding solution to do that. So yeah, I could do it. I could do it with a nav agent. I could do it with a nav agent. But first, give me a second. I'm gonna be right back. Hello, I am back. Okay, so let's do that. What you're saying? Let's do that. So instead of having here on the wave manager, let's do on the line render. I'll keep the visualizers because I would like to keep I'd like to keep those to see where things are going. So here, do I have a nav agent here? Because I think I added it for something. Nav agent? No. So since I'm only using it here, I'm gonna do private nav agent or nav match agent. I'm gonna call it nav agent. And I have to use using Unity engine AI. What does it say? Using directed, yeah, unnecessary because I'm just about to use it. Here. Could not be found. Maybe a nav agent? Oh, nav match agent. That's it. Let's save. Now, I would have to calculate a path, right? So first of all, I guess oh, it's not real. I just wanna I just wanna get the calculations right. So would I have to make that it doesn't update position, it doesn't update anything? I'm just gonna make sure in here, nav agent that uh next position or update position equals false here, and nav match agent that update rotation equals false. You say start at the destination, get the path, and you get the array of vectors. You just need the arrays. How expensive is it? How expensive it is to do the calculation? I guess it's not that bad, but I would be doing it quite frequently, you know? The calculations get expensive. Well, it's only one. Okay, so here let's go and under control guideline render. I'm gonna comment this too. That's nothing. It's just on the player and you only need the joints, not the entire calculation. Okay. So if I grab the nav agent dot, well, I would have to Calculate a path to specified point and store the resulting path. Well, I don't have this on the player. This is separated from the player actually. This is on the wave manager. Because that's where I activate or yeah, that's where I enable or disable the line render. So I could have the nav agent. Well, I could do. Can I do a nav agent at position or doesn't matter? It's not like 15 different things are calling it every frame. Um, Gets or set the simulation position of the nav agent. I could do next position equals game manager. That instance, that's where I have a reference to what my player position is. I could do that, right? So get or set the simulation position of the nav mesh agent. Now, I don't know if this will work because Unity has a problem where there is the transform that position and there's the agent position, and those are separated. So you could have the transform position someplace, and then you have the nav agent separated, but it always have to be on a nav mesh surface. So I have had problems with that before. Um, and I have to use warp. For example, when my enemies touch the ground, I make them warp to that position. So I like hard set it. You said get the X and Y. Get the X and Y of that. Well, let's do next position and player position. X and Z. But I would have to know where if I would have to know where the player is. Well, it doesn't matter. Let's just try this. Let's just try this. And I'm gonna do nav agent. I'm just gonna warp it anyway. Warp to the game manager. An instance that player position. And yeah, now so I do well nav agent that calculate path. Calculate path returns bool. Specified and store the resulting path. And how do I get that path? Path like that. Property to get and set the current path. Nav mesh path. And what is the nav mesh path made out of? Yeah, let's do nav agent. Let's do calculate path, right? And this is gonna return something. Vector target position, nav mesh path. So I store it in a path here. Nav mesh path, path. In here, calculate path. The target position is gonna be the entity spawner that transform that position. And here I'll do out path, right? No? Calculate path. Well, I could do it this way then. If that happens, then I do nav mesh path, How do you use this? Syntax error. The type which is not valid in the game. But what is it asking for? It's asking for a navmesh path. I don't need an agent. There's something that. Okay. But how will it know where it starts from? When I do calculate path, how will it know where it starts from? Because yeah, I have a target position, but where? How do I tell it where to start from? And that's why I'm using an agent. It's a calculation on the nav mesh. Yeah, it's a calculation of the nav mesh, but how does it know where it starts from if I don't specify it anywhere? Because I have, I guess I don't have a start in a target, right? Do I have something like that? Is there anything like that on calculate path? Let's see, nav match. If nav match can calculate, transform that position, destination that position. Okay, so there is nav match all areas, path, collect path parts. Okay. Thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. Yeah, the transform that position, and this would be game manager that instance that player position, and this would be the entity spawner that transform that position, and here not much all areas, and here this. Okay, they collect path parts. Okay, so here I'll do a path, right? So nav. What is this? This is nav mesh path. So nav mesh path like that. But it's use of unassigned local variable path. I guess I need to initialize it. Nav mesh path like that. Okay, yeah, that was it. That was it. And you say you do need to cache path though. Nav mesh path basically. Okay. Yeah, what I had before, the error that was being thrown is because I didn't know I had to initialize the path with something. Like I couldn't be just the variable path. Okay, so here, now that I have that, let's store. So when you say collect the joints of the path, is you're basically telling me like assign the positions on the line renderer, right? Just here, path. Let's see what path has inside. Corners, clear corners, status, clear corners equals status. Corner points of the path. Clear corners. It's corners. I think in Godot it's joints. Okay, yeah. Guys, I never done like I've never gotten the points of a path. Path corners. So it's gonna be. Can I do a 4 path or int I equals 0? I is less than path dot or corners dot length I plus plus, and for each one of those, I'm gonna basically tell the guide line render. Well, I could, yeah, I could get them first, so I'm gonna store them. See here, vector tree, positions, and it's gonna be an array. Yeah, so the array length is gonna be new vector tree is gonna be path dot corners dot length. So I'm gonna do positions equal, or positions I equal the path dot corners dot I dot position, right? Or it's just this. This is a vector. Is this a vector? Yeah, it's a vector. So then after I do that, I'm gonna do guide line render dot positions, or set positions, really set positions, and here positions. Now where am I getting an error? Because this is all in red. Is there somewhere that I'm getting an error? Oh no, it appears here that I have an error somewhere. Yeah, I'm not using Unity Engine.ai, but I am. Okay, this is redundant. I already had that. Now, let's go to the header of line render and vertices count in LR. And now I say NMU. I'm gonna do wireframe stream tonight. What's NMU? What does it mean? But I have to learn. I have to learn. NMU. Let me search it. Meaning. Not much. Oh, okay, okay. Sorry that I have to search that stuff. Okay, let's see. Okay, okay. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Where? Yeah, need the nav mesh as you said. Then no longer need this. So here I'm gonna delete it, and I'm gonna see where it throws errors, so I can delete it too. Let's save, and let's press play again. Oh yeah, I told Roman earlier I'm gonna be a Magic Stratagem streamer next. Yeah, whatever feedback you have, like if you want to try the version that is currently out right now, it's a little bit older, so there's plenty of things that are not there. But as soon as I have another version, like just give me feedback, whatever you think, even if it's not like errors or anything, whatever you think you would like to see in the game, like go ahead and tell me. Okay, so no errors being thrown, but nothing else, like nothing happens. Oh, okay. I need to actually make the alpha larger. Let's see, or let's put fully opaque. Yeah, I don't know why it's working like this. I don't know why it's working like this, to be honest. I expected it to like do the full path. You know? Like I can tell it's working, like but not as I expected. Like it's just writing one part of the path at a time. Which is very weird to me. I would have expected it to like render or the line to go through the full path instead of just one segment at a time. No, it's working, but your problem is you put it in a for loop. Okay. Okay, so I just need to get, then I don't need to store them. I can just do path at corners, right? That's it, right? You do not need a for loop for line render. Mm. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing the line render now. I have to make sure that I make it fully opaque. So it is drawing a line, but it's not what I expected. And what is this? No, this is fully opaque. Let's just delete that. You see, because it's like just drawing segments, you know, not the full thing. So when I calculate a path, it's maybe it's a misunderstanding, like a more like a bigger misunderstanding of how I thought it worked. I thought calculate path didn't give you just a segment. I think it does that, right? What it does, yeah, it does give you just a segment, not the full like path, right? It's going into the ground. No, it's not going into the ground. You see, because I can see this better here, because I can see the full line render. It's not writing it, like it's not rendering it. Like it because it would make sense for me. I want to see what the length of this is. Debug that log um corners count. I'm gonna do, well, let me put it like this. Path dot corners dot length. I just want to see how many there are. And I just say debug the renders and the renderer to see all the segments. First, let me just first see how many I get here. Let's get out of here. Okay, so yeah, I get the full corners. There's 21 corners, 21 corners here. Let me first pause this, so I don't have to do this again. I'm gonna change the color to this, like fully opaque. Let's press play again. Yeah, you're right. I have 21 corners. Here I have 13 corners. 14, 13 corners. Yeah, so it is calculating the full path. I'm just not displaying it correctly. Yeah, the problem is probably in the line renderer. Small stretch, current lighting data. You say art do line render that position count equal corners that length. Okay, okay. I'll do that. So guide R position count. Maybe that's what I was missing before too, because I didn't specify how many. Um, like I just had two vertices, but I didn't know how to create new ones. To the length. Nice, nice. So that's right. That's right. Now it is working. Now it's working. I'm gonna make it that it's just a little bit like up. So I'm gonna grab. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was position count. That was the problem I was facing before. So, and this is a better solution actually from what I was thinking, because uh, yeah, it's okay to have like something pointing straight at something, but it's way better to have the full path drawn for you. Okay, so here position count dot length. I'm gonna do plus vector tree dot up times, and I'm gonna make a variable here. I know I don't need the parentheses, but I just really like doing that because it's much clearer in my head, or when I read it. So here I won't need these things anymore. Here I'll do serialize field private float, and it's gonna be um path offset, or path y offset really, offset, and I'm going to start at 1 plus path y offset. Um, yeah, but it's not here. It's not here. I'm gonna grab the. Well, to do this, I would need to, for each of the corners, I'll need to. Well, I could create a new vector, uh, assign the a vector array like this, vector tree positions equals um vector tree, or well, this is an array, right? So here vector tree of the size of path, corners, length, and 4. I need to do a 4 anyway, right? And art to say, normally I would use a dummy agent in complex movement situations, but for this, you should be golden. Uh, yeah, I think this is more than enough. This is more than enough. There's no need to do anything more complex. Specifically, it's just it doesn't need to be that accurate either, and it's not going to change like a lot. It's just one. It's just for the player. Okay, so here let's do a 4 into I equals 0. I is less than positions dot length. I is plus plus. Now for each one of those positions, I'm gonna grab the index and and I'm gonna apply plus equals the offset, path y offset. New vector tree. I'm gonna get rid of this on debug. Let me do some space to just separate this. And here, instead of path that corners, I'm gonna do positions. Now I would like to get that vector and that new keyword outside of there, because I wouldn't like to create a new vector that often. That's not working. But those are just positions, right? Because if I go to oh yeah, this is not it. This is positions. I forgot to actually do the real setting of this, so it's gonna be path that corners an eye. Okay, that's it. And I don't see the offset really, or well, there is an offset. Well, the thing is, it's always aligned with the render view, so transform that set. What about that alignment view? I think there's a problem with a visual effect too, but yeah, there's clearly a problem where like the game just becomes so red. But I'm gonna fix it later. And hard to say, don't forget you can fiddle with the render itself to get different visualization results. Yeah, I'm gonna play with it now, especially with the opacity. The main reason I wanted to have like more points is just to be able to tweak it further. Okay, so let's press play. And let's modify this. Let's see now if I don't know, change the alpha here on the middle. Yeah, what I'll do is I will have like from the start, well, basically what I had before. So I'm gonna put the location at 10% here, another location at 90 here, and the end is gonna fade to no opacity, and the beginning too. So it should start like that. You know? So if it's very close to the player, I could probably do like a 15 here. 15 and 85 it would be here. So when it's very close to the player, it shouldn't be that opaque. Hard to say, recall calculate returns a bool. So you can always, on false, take the final position to make it still update to your position, even if you are not on the nav mesh. by replacing the final position in the array with your position. I didn't get that one. Let me read it again. Calculate returns a ball. Yeah, calculate returns a ball. Okay, I understand that part. Now, next. You can always, on false, tweak the final position to make it still update to your position, even if you're not on the node mesh. So you say, doing something like this. Let's see. So else, if I get a bull, I'm gonna do. Well, the thing is that the player position that gets saved, it's I think it's the last valid position that got saved on the knob mesh. You know. So if I go to the game manager, go to definition, and player position, yeah, I only do set player position, but where I'm calling this, go to definition, or well, not definition, but references, player movement. Oh no, I'm just setting the position. I'm just setting it. Mm, so you can always on false. So here on false, tweak the final position to make it still. Oh, you mean the final position in the array? But if it's not, well, wouldn't it be the first? Wouldn't it be the first? Like it's coming from the calculation comes from the target to the current position. Right, the first. Okay, okay. Um, yeah. So then here else, I'll do. Let me open the brackets or braces. Guide LR that well the first position is gonna be well set position. See as a single one, and I want to get well the first one. So index 0 and game manager that instance that player position. You mean something like that? We need to cache your positions array. Um, but wouldn't it stay the same if like it's not going to update? Okay. Because if I only need to change the first one, why would I need to cache? Like they're going to stay like that, right? Or no? Because the where the only place I just say think of it like this: you keep updating your position array when you are on the nav mesh. Yes. Let's give this a try. Or like this. Say so it's always gonna follow me, no matter if I'm not there. That's what you mean? Because it works. And reuse the position array. Exactly. Yeah, cool. Yeah, because yeah, the only other way, or well, that's the only place I'm updating this line render, so it's gonna stay as long as I don't update it, I guess. Okay. So now the color, let's do the color. But thanks you, dude. Like really appreciate it. I always learn something new when you're around. Uh, okay. So let's do some changes to the color. I'm gonna do like a hard um change. Like basically it's gonna be set to 0 here, and it's gonna start fading in from here. So first, from 0%, 0% is gonna be fully transparent. Then 10% is also gonna be fully transparent, and it's gonna fade to fully opaque in 20. And here I'm gonna do the same, but on the last part. So 80 here and 90. So 90 is gonna be fully transparent, and this part too. Yeah, I don't think it's working that way. Mm. And it's almost like almost 4 hours in. Um, Let me see the tasks. I think if I'm able to complete this task today, like I'm done. But it's like mainly there. I just have to tweak it visually. Okay, so here let's enter the color again. Okay, why did it reset? Maybe I was in it was in another mode, like in play mode or something. It's a 20 here. This I'm gonna pull to 80. Then this is gonna be on 90. This is fully transparent, fully transparent, fully transparent, and fully transparent. I would like to get a texture for this, to be honest, because I'm just using the normal sprite renderer, the one that comes like it's just for like 2D stuff, so it doesn't look that good for this thing specifically. I've used it for other stuff and it's okay, but for this one, not very good. So maybe I could keep some more opacity, but I do like how this is looking a little bit better. I'm just gonna tweak it a little bit. So it's gonna be from 7, or no, from 0 to not 10 but 7. And here instead of 20 is gonna be 14. Or let's do 7.5. Let's 7.5. Let's do 7.5 and 15. And in here, this is gonna be, well, what? It's gonna be 100 minus 7.5. And this is gonna be 100 minus 15, 85. Art to say you can apply materials to it. Yeah, I really need to change the this sprite material. It looks so bad on this. And I think give it a mesh. Yeah, that would work too. That would work too. You can then use a shader to give it an animation. Yeah, I plan to do like I've done before. For example, I made a tower defense game. And in that game, I use like a scroll texture. I can steal my own texture from there again to have the texture scroll. You know. Um. Yeah, but I think I'm just going to change the colors for now. That's gonna be it. Next time I work on this, I'm gonna come with the textures prepared, because I don't want to do a texture here live, because I'm just gonna be like zoned out making the texture. Um, yeah, on Blendguard, I did like a scrolling texture, or rather, a shader. Okay, so I just say, or if you want to be a caveman, you can apply a particle effect along the path, which would look sick. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna go caveman. I think caveman would look great. A particle effect along the path. Yeah, it would look great. But first, let's change the. I don't see any place where I can change the match directly. This is just like planes. Mask interaction. I see materials. I see lighting, throws, additional settings, motion vectors. No places for meshes, color, world space. And Nepal say, bro, I got good results on my blunt guard short. Oh, I'm very glad, very glad. Um, dude, I think blunt guard is like okay for like I don't know 10 minutes. It's okay. It's like a good experience, but I've seen people play like for 2 hours and have like pretty crazy setup with their towers. It's impressive. Like I don't think I have played uh a match as long as they have. Like nowhere close. I think my personal best is like 15 minutes at best. Um yeah, they do go crazy. Some people have gone crazy with it. Okay, so I'm gonna search how to change the line render match. Change line render error match Unity. Convert line renderer to 3D match with collider. You don't change a line renderer match in the typical sense of swapping a match asset. Instead, you use a line renderer that bake match method to generate a new match based on the current configuration of the line renderer, which you can use with a match filter and match renderer or match collider. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And Nepo say Nick has the highest record, and I just say the internet is a vast place. Yeah, it truly is. I made a spreadsheet. Yeah, dude, like Nick really logs in and makes the craziest stuff ever. Like, well, it's not just modifying the games, but he made like a full rebalancing mod of Blend Guard. It's pretty crazy. Okay, so I'll do something like this. Line render that big match. What does it do? And Nick, you're here. You say I'm an insane person. Oh, it's it's great to be honest. Okay, so here, not match agent. I'm gonna delete everything that I don't need here. I don't need these brackets. And I say Nick, and he's here. Yeah, he was like just listening. I think you're outside, right? Oh, you're playing Minecraft while listening. Okay, okay. Nick gives me geolocator vibes. Like that dude. How's it called? Something something Bolt. Like he's basically like a CIA level investigator. Okay, so let's try this. I'm like I am satisfied with what I have currently. Like I think I could leave it here and I would be satisfied. But let's try the line or the line renderer. Uh, it was match something, big match. So what does it take? Or I could check the documentation. I say. That would be better. A line renderer, bake mesh. Let's see. Okay, a static mesh that will receive the snapshot of the line, the camera, and use transform. Include the rotation and scale of the transform in the bake mesh. So that's it. No other ways to write this. Okay. I'm gonna put it here. Serialize field private. It's gonna be a match, right? So match and line match. Let's do line match. What else? Use transform or camera. You can do camera that main and use transform equal false or true. Hard to say. Afraid to take a picture of my hands, my hand near grass. Yeah, I don't want to send any photo that's not on my room. Otherwise, I'm gonna get doxxed by Nick itself. Mm. Well, he probably already knows where I live. Like at this point. Okay, use transform equal false. Will I need to do it? Let's write true. Let's write with true. How will this look? But if I bake the match, will I be like overwriting it? Like I don't know. I don't really know anything about line render that bake match, so I don't know really what to expect. But I just want to try it. Yeah, let's go into the wave manager. In here, line renderer, I'm gonna put. Let's just do a cube. Very simple. I have a bunch of things named cube here. Yeah, this is the one, the real cube. Of course, I know we were there sorting your shoes a few weeks ago. Yeah, I remember. I remember. Uh, what is this? I'm clearly using it very wrong. What is this? Why is there like a path in multiple places? Like there's like floating snakes everywhere. Yeah, probably I'm using it wrong. Like I have a hunch that I'm using it wrong. I'm not sure yet, but I have a hunch. Wow. It does look cool. Looks like I'm getting hit by lightning. Yeah, I'll need to figure out how this works. I'll need to figure out how it works. Clearly that wasn't the way. Yeah, looks sick. Not gonna lie. Yeah, but I'm not going to use it. I'm gonna leave this like that. Just gonna change the color of this for something that makes a little bit more sense. What went wrong with the floor? I don't know what's happening. I'm no longer calling that. No longer calling that. Like I deleted it from the script. It's not even on the comments. Let's go in here. Line render. I'm gonna delete the line match. Let's see again. Just why did my floor suddenly disappear? And yeah, these things, the spheres, I no longer need them either. I'm gonna delete them. But why is my floor not there? I truly don't know what's happening. What are these things? And they seem to be like part of the player? Because they're like shrinking down with it. They are part of the player. What's happening? No freaking idea. I guess let me give it a restart or something. Nav match surface blockers. Okay, yeah. No, I don't know if I should save this. There's plenty of things going on here. I'm not going to save. I'm gonna let me let me open Unity again, just to see that nothing got broken. That was weird. Very weird. Here's Unity loading. Okay, we have floor again. That's good. Now I'm gonna delete this. And let's go to the wave manager again. Wave manager, where is it? I have to go into the guideline render. Let's put this back to. Well, it's okay. I just want to try this. And Miho always say what's going on in here. I wish I could tell you. I don't know. Like my floor disappeared. Like you could go back on the stream and watch exactly what happened. But I don't know. Like I used line render dot big match, or yeah, big match, and like a lot of like the path got transformed into like, I don't even know, because it wasn't a cube. I assigned a cube for the mesh, and it wasn't a cube for sure. It changed the color. It parented to the player. My floor disappeared. Not sure what happened there. Not sure. No, it didn't crash. I closed it. I closed it. Yeah, we are on Minecraft exploding things. Sorry, kind of hate your Unity. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. It happens sometimes. Okay, so I would like to have. Well, I probably will do something like a shader, like a proper shader for this. But for now, I only care about mainly just having it work. Let's change the color for something more vibrant and that works for more things. So I'm gonna start with something purple like the player, with a purple like this, and when it's getting away from it, it's gonna be like brighter, something like that. Or actually, I could invert this. Actually, I could invert this like that. So, okay. This should be the brightest one. And this should be the darkest one. Like that. Now, I would like to do what I had before. So it's going to be 7.5 here. Then 15. There's going to be 85. And another one for 92.5. And both of those are going to be alpha set to 0. Like that. Oh, and I don't want to create that point here. Something like that. I think I have to like make sure the rotation of those is like I would like the rotation to be, I don't know, like instead of being rotated like this or whatever, it should be always like be facing to one position, or yeah, always gonna be like top down. Okay, that I think that's it. I'm gonna copy that color before I pause, so I can paste this. I'm gonna save, and I'm not going to even commit to this because I would like to add some more things to this line. But that's it. That's the last stream for this year. I'm gonna take Tuesday to Friday. So next week I'll see you, and well, I'll do like a proper, maybe not an announcement, but like I'll say like Happy New Year to you there on Discord. So yeah, if you're not on Discord, Happy New Year. I hope you have the best of the celebrations and the best of the years next year. So thank you for watching as always. Let me put my camera a little bit bigger. Thank you for watching as always. I really enjoyed your company and your help. So take care. It was a pleasure. Bye bye. Until next year. Oh, dude, yeah, we should play Valheim. Just DM me, and we play something. Also, we should play Among Us, but we'll see about that. We'll see. Just DM me. Bye bye. Take care.